Good to go? Sweet. Do you have lineups? Lineups? Can I get on? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Blacktown International Sports Park. We're here at Blue Sox Stadium for the Under-18's Grand Final between the minor premiers of Baulkham Hills Kookaburras and the Blacktown Workers teams out. Sorry, not the teams, the managers out at the plate meeting now. We've got Scott Tunkin for the Baulkham Hills Kookaburras and Nathan Wright for the Blacktown Workers. And we'll bring you the lineups for both of these teams. Tyler Spiteri will lead off for the Blacktown Workers. He's in right field tonight. Kyan Wellington is at first base. Thomas Jackson in centre field. Harrison Dobbs, the starting shortstop. Mitch Tritton is at third base. Lachlan Boyarski at second base. Max Underhill, the catcher. Darcy Williams, the designated hitter. Spencer Williams in left field. And on the mound for the Blacktown Workers is Jared Davidson. Blacktown Workers will be batting first, so that's their lineup 1 through 9. And the Baulkham Hills side, you'll see in the bottom half of the first innings, Lucas Stancic will lead off. He's at centre field. Jet Watson is at shortstop. Hayden Campbell is the right fielder. Jared Ryan, the clean-up man, he's in left field. Harry Wilton, the designated hitter. Jet Davis is at third base. Lachlan Jones is the catcher. Alex Kane at first. Cal Fingerson in the 9-hole. And the starting pitcher for the Baulkham Hills Kookaburras, Ed Noy. Your umpires tonight, Dave Brody will call balls and strikes behind the plate. Steve Reimer is at first and Michael Bryan is at third base in the hot corner. Big weekend of baseball ahead. Big week, Tuesday night, grand final, especially with because of the senior league state championships kicking off this weekend. So a number of players from the U18's competition potentially involved with that. So a bit of a change in the schedule for the under-18 final series. Tomorrow night we have the first game of the first grade preliminary finals between these two teams, Baulkham Hills going down to MacArthur on the weekend in the 3-game series. Blacktown taking care of Cronulla in 2 games. 10 days apart, but they got the job done on Saturday. Get the extra day off. Watch Baulkham Hills and MacArthur go 12 innings on Sunday night. But that's tomorrow's game. Right now, we're about to kick off in the under-18s. Managers and the umpires just making sure they're all on the same plate. They've been doing it for 14 rounds. Baulkham Hills finishing the regular season with 8 wins and 2 losses. 65 runs scored, 38 given up. Blacktown in second spot. 7 wins, 2 draws and 1 loss. Scoring 72 runs on the season and only giving up 20, so pitching staff doing the job there. It was a 6-0 victory to Blacktown back on the 12th of February. That was the only meeting of the 2 teams this season. Sorry, 22nd of January, these 2 teams met. It was 8-1 to Blacktown. And Baulkham Hills, then Blacktown doing it again on the 12th of February, winning 6-0. So Blacktown taking both of the games in the season. So Ed Noy just getting his warm-up pitches done on the mound now. We're moments away from getting started in his under-18's grand final. The first of our grand finals for this weekend. We've got second grade and third grade grand finals coming up on the weekend. And then hopefully first of our first grade grand finals kicking off next Wednesday night under lights here at Blue Sox Stadium at Blacktown International Sports Park. Todd Spiteri stepping up to the plate. We're moments away from getting started. Edward Noy, 13.2 innings on the season, sporting a 2.63 ERA. Appeared in 6 games, 3 of them starts with a 1-0 loss record. Also has 1 save from 1 opportunity. Gave up 12 hits for 5 runs, only 4 of them earned, walking 10, striking out 16. That's your Baulkham Hills starting pitcher. And he gets a swing and a miss from Tyler Spiteri for 1 ball and 1 strike. Noy missing down, so 2-1 now. Ground ball hit to the shortstop, Jet Watson, who can't pick it up. And Spiteri will be aboard with an error. First runner on the base paths for the Blacktown workers. Blacktown overcoming MacArthur on the weekend. 12-2 in the preliminary final. Baulkham Hills progressing straight through to the grand final with the semi-finals washed out. Blacktown scheduled to play right in the minor semi-final, but that game also not going ahead, and Kyan Wellington takes the ball in the dirt, getting away from the catcher Jones, allowing Spiteri to move up to second on the wild pitch. So straight away, Blacktown threatening with a runner in scoring position. Early doors here, top of the first. keeping an eye on Spiteri. Fires in the pitch, but it's too high. 2-0. 10 walks, 16 strikeouts. Not bad numbers for Ed Noy, but he's a little bit nervous on the mound here so far tonight. Baulkham Hills sporting a 4.94 team ERA on the season. Fouled off into the screen. Count 2-1 now for Colin Wallington. Two and two now, 3-1 the count. As Noy just steps off, takes a second just to catch his breath. Fouling that pitch off to fill the count up at 3-2. Blacktown with 4 of the top RBI producers in this under-18s competition. Boyarski, Dobb, Tritton and Wallington. Combining for 35 RBIs on the season. And Noy can't find the zone on Wallington. And it's ball 4. So runners on first and second for Thomas Jackson. Check over on Spiteri at second, but he's back into the base, head first. And Noy balking. So Blacktown, their 2 runners moving up 90 feet. And Baulkham Hills under a bit of pressure early. See what Thomas Jackson can do here. 2 runners now in scoring position. Fouls off. 0-1. Another foul off this time into the car park. No balls and 2 strikes. Thomas Jackson hitting .450 on the season. Has 6 RBIs to his name. Went 0 for 4 on the weekend, so he'll be itching for a hit here. Big opportunity for him. He's currently 0-2 to Ed Noy. Reached on an error and a fielder's choice and walked in Saturday's preliminary final. Curveball in there, but just a little bit high. Ball 1. Has 9 hits from 28 bats in his 7 games. 5 singles, 4 doubles. It's been hit 8 times, walked 7, and struck out 6. Up and in, ball 2. Noy not able to find the zone there. Outside in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, and it's going to be the first run of the ball game. Ed Noy bouncing that one in the left-hander's batter's box. Gets away from Lachlan Jones. And Tyler Spiteri moves up 90 feet to score the first run. Wallington behind him, now standing at third base. 3-2 now the count for Thomas Jackson. And takes it high for ball 4. So Jackson aboard, runners on the corners for the workers, and still nobody out. Early trouble here for Noy. Noy checks on Davidson, who's down head first, back into the base. Harrison Dobb now the hitter for the workers. Ground ball right side, jumps over, does Jackson. Will move up to second base. Jumped over the ball in front of Cal Finkinson, who still tried to make the play at second base despite the slow speed that the ball got to him. Throws it in the right field. Jackson reaches second. And Harrison Dobb will reach on the fielder's choice error. Another run scores in the way of Wallington. So 2-0 here. Mitch Tritton now the hitter for the workers. As I mentioned before, a bunch of RBIs to him on the season. Outside corner for strike 1. Seven games for Mitch Tritton, 6 for 19 on the season. 7 RBIs. Fouls that one back. 2 for 6 against Baulkham Hills this season, with a single and a triple. Both of those hits coming in the game on February 12th at Northmead. 316 average on the season. 1.045 OPS in 7 games. Fouls that one off. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big chance of Blacktown here in the top of the first. I already lead this one 2-0. Noy really trying to work away here so far in the first inning. A lot of balls bouncing in that left-hander's batter's box. Inside, lifted high, right side towards first base. Long run there for Alex Kane. He got underneath it but couldn't get the glove on it. Lachlan Jones lost sight of it. And Mitch Tritton will get another chance to drive in. Another run here for the Workers in the top of the first. Still nobody out. Blacktown still searching for their first hit despite having 4 base runners reach. Inside, just missing the hip of Mitch Tritton. Count runs full, 3-2. Up and away for ball 4. So it's another walk for Ed Noy. And Baulkham Hills got a man warming up in the bullpen. Already here in the first inning. Phoenix McFarland up in the pen, starting to loosen up. Loaded bases now. Still nobody out. Lachlan Boyarski fouling off the first pitch. Looking to make it a 7-0 ball or 6-0 ball game rather nice and early. Swings and misses at that one for strike 2. So Ed Noy has an 0-2 count, only the second time so far tonight. Yeah, Jackson down 0-2, but couldn't finish him off. Another foul off. Good plate discipline here by the Workers. Swinging at pitches that are in near the zone, fouling them off if they have to, and not taking any pitch. Dave Brody won't call a strike. Another 0-2 here for Lachlan Boyarski. Fouls it over the top of the grandstand. Four straight fouls by Boyarski. Ed Noy starting to find his range in the zone a little bit. Still looking for that first out here in the top of the first. As the bases loaded. Corner men drawn in middle infielders playing back. They'll give up the run for the double play. Curveball lifted into left field. But only as far as Jared Ryan out there, who makes the catch. And Thomas Jackson comes in to score on the sacrifice fly. It's another run on the board, but more importantly for the Baulkham Hills side, it's the first out of the inning. And they're now a ground ball double play away from getting out of this without any more damage. The catcher now, Max Underhill. Hitting in the 7-hole tonight. Ben McGuire over at first base, just having a chat to Mitch Tritton. Underhill lifts that one over foul territory right side. And once again, Alex Kane able to make the grab. Got underneath it this time, getting down and dirty on his backside. Basket style catch, got through. Was unable to secure the second out. Max Underhill, 9 games on the season, 10 for 28, hitting .357. Another bouncer through the left-hander's batter's box for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nine of his 10 hits are singles, 1 double, which came against Manly on the 29th of January. Knocked in 3 RBIs in that game, scoring twice. Lifted into left centre field, long run for both the outfielders. Harry Wilton out, stretches out for it, but can't make the catch. It'll be a single, and it'll be our first hit of the ball game. Dobb unable to score from second base, holding up, making sure it was getting down to the ground. So it won't be another run on the scoreboard, but it does load the bases again with only 1 out for Ed Noy. Nice bit of cleaning up there by the centre fielder, Lucas Stancic. Making sure the runners only advance 90 feet and no more. We're on to the designated hitter, Darcy Williams, batting in the 9-hole. Blacktown trying to send 9 hitters to the plate here in the first inning. Ground ball pulled up the line, but foul, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes for the designated hitter, Williams. Outside corner for strike 2. Ed Nye finding that outside corner, which seems to be the zone he wants to hit tonight, but hasn't had a lot of success. Hoping to continue living out there. Fastball up, gets him swinging, second out. Darcy Williams down on strikes. we'll bring up the 9-hole hitter Spencer Williams, the left fielder for Blacktown. Of course, all these finals games, 9-inning games. Play tour results. So if we need extra innings, we will. We had extra innings on Sunday night in first grade. Cartha doing enough to knock over Baulkham Hills to go straight through to the grand final. We'll play more. We'll play 9 tonight, more if we have to. Blacktown may be looking for an early night, much like they did on Saturday. Finishing that game in 7 innings, bringing in the mercy rule. That pitch was up for ball 1, so 1 ball and a strike. Noy missing inside, 2-1 now. And of course, if we are affected by weather, then 5 innings will constitute a game. Check swing held off by Spencer Williams. 3-1 now. Noy with nowhere to put Williams. Blacktown looking for a 4th run. Three-1 here from Noy. Down in the dirt, ball 4. And we are going to have a pitching change. So Edward Noy's grand final is over. Unable to pitch consistently up there and find the zone. Just wait and see who comes out of the Baulkham Hills dugout. Phoenix McFarland warming up before, and it is going to be Phoenix McFarland to take over on the mound here. Top of the first with 2 out. 4 runs on the board for Blacktown. Thomas Patiri, he reached on an error. Kyan Wallington walked. Thomas Jackson, he walked. Harrison Dobb reached on an error. Mitch Tritton, he walked. Lachlan Boyarsky first out of the inning on the sacrifice fly. Max Underhill singled into left field. Darcy Williams struck out on a high fastball. And then Spencer Williams walked to finish Ed Noy's 9th. He'll be responsible for the runners on the base paths in the form of Boyarsky at 3rd, Underhill at 2nd, and Spencer Williams at first base. Phoenix McFarland only 2 innings pitched in the under-18s competition this year. Appeared in 3 games offensively and 2 innings pitched against Manly on 19th of February, only giving up 1 hit and striking out the side. See if he can do a similar job here, only needing one out. Tyler Spiteri back at the top of the lineup. Swing and a miss by Spiteri, getting after the first pitch. When you're up 4-0 and you got loaded bases on a new pitch, you can afford to be a little bit aggressive. But a nicely executed pitch there by McFarlane. Gets a swing and a miss for strike one. Pounds the zone again for strike two. Spiteri goes down and gets it. Ground ball to Fingles and picks it up. Throws it over to Alex Kane at first base. And finally, Baulkham Hills get out of the inning, but they've given up 4. And this under-18's grand final will head to the bottom of the first with Stanchich, Watchet and Chappell due up, staring down the barrel of a 4-run deficit. So Lucas Stanchich leading off here for the Baulkham Hills Kookaburras. Foul ball on a ball for a 1-1 count so far from Jared Davidson. Tries to go inside. Just misses the side of Stanchich for ball 2. Misses up for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike now. Called strike. Davison finding the zone. Ball hit on the ground. Nicely cleaned up there by Mitch Tritton and a good strong throw across the diamond to Kyle Wellington for the first out. One away here in the top of the bottom of the first. Down and in, strike one. One ball and one strike for Jet Watson. Just having a couple of words with Dave Brody. May not have been happy with the strike call. Outside corner, strike two. One ball, two strikes. And swing and a miss on the outside corner, strike three. Two quick outs here for Jared Davidson here in the bottom of the first, consolidating the early 4-0 lead. Don't forget, full canteen facilities available out here on the weekend at Blue Sox Stadium. Ripped up the line by Hayden Chappell. And the first hit for the Baulkham Hills side is going to be a stand-up double into the corner. Cleaned up there by Spencer Williams. It'll be a stand-up two-out double for Hayden Chappell. Only trailing up 4-0. It's not a huge margin. Have the full 9 innings and 27 outs at their disposal at this venture. 25 outs now with 2 outs already in this first inning. Jared Ryan takes the first pitch up for ball one. Three 3-0 now for Jared Ryan. Good start for Jared Davidson. Got the first two guys out. Outside corner for strike one. 3-1 now. We're going to keep this inning going. Outside corner. Fills it up. 3-2. Rips it right field. Fly ball. Long run for Spiteri. Diving play, but it bounces up and out of his glove. Throws it all the way home and out of the glove of Underhill. And that'll allow Jared Ryan to move up to first. So it'll be a base hit for Jared Ryan. It'll be a single, an RBI, and then an error, allowing Ryan to move up to second base. And bring up the DH, Harry Wilton. So Baulkham Hills responding with their first run. the board here in the first, which will allow them just to breathe easy a little bit. Jared Davison gets Harry Wilton to swing at a high fastball for strike one. He's quickly behind now, 0-2. And a play over at third base. Jared Ryan tried to stretch the friendship, move up to third with a stolen base, but Jared Davidson on the long hold on the mound with an 0-2 count. Steps off calmly, waits for his third baseman. And Mitch Tritton to get close to the base, fires over a strike. And Jared Ryan is caught stealing at third base for the third out of the inning. But Baulkham Hills are on the board. They trail here in the under-18's grand final, 4-1. Guy Walton gets things off the ground here in the top of the second inning. Ground ball to Lucas Stancic, but unable. Sorry, not Lucas Stancic. It was Jet Watson, the shortstop, rather, unable to field it. So he'll reach on an error. Second error tonight so far for Jet Watson. Also struck out in his first at bat, so finding it tough here early. Maybe not used to playing under lights. Backdoor on the pitch in the dirt. Down and in, 2 balls and no strikes now. Thomas Jackson appeared in the first game of the first grade minor semi-finals in what feels like forever ago out here at Blacktown. A game which Blacktown won 3-0 before the rain hit and postponed the rest of the series for another 10 days. This time goes Oppo into right field. That's going to dig into the corner. Wellington's probably going to score all the way from first base. He gets the wave around from BJ Boyarski at third base, and he's going to be held up at third. Is Thomas Jackson. Stand-up RBI triple into the corner in right field. Long run out there for Hayden Chapley. Does his best to get the ball in, but he can't prevent Wellington from scoring from first base. BJ Boyarski was thinking about waving home Jackson, but holds him up. That'll be a nice stand-up triple there. Getting that run back. That was given up in the bottom half of the first inning. Harrison Dobb now fouls that one off into the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. He shot an error in his previous at-bat. Curveball in there by McFarlane. Strike 2. Nicely executed pitch. Gets Dobb looking. Dobb off the hands into right field. Another one into the corner. Hayden Chappell goes over and cleans it up. Dobb stands up in a second base. Jackson scores easily from third. And it's now 2 runs here. Still nobody out. Blacktown doing the damage with nobody out. This inning doing it with the bat. An error and then a triple and a single so far. As we have a bit more action up in the Baulkham Hills bullpen. Looks like Liam Padovan has gone to warm up. That pitch through the left-hander's batter's box for strike for ball 1 runner. Mitch Tritton, the hitter, walked in his first at bat in the first inning. Swings and misses. Foul tip on that one. No balls and 2 strikes now for Tritton. And the curveball, a little bit too wide. Hits Tritton in the backside. A walk and a hit by pitch for him tonight. Runners on first and second here for Workers. They threaten again in the top of the second with nobody out. Lachlan Boyarski takes that pitch for strike 1. Low and away. Good location there by McFarlane. Fastball. Gets the swing and a miss. Strike 2. Six to 1 here. Blacktown over Baulkham Hills. Under 18's grand final. Fastball punished, but foul and out of play just in front of the Baulkham Hills bullpen. Phoenix McFarlane on the mound. That pitch lifted up to the shortstop, Jet Watson makes the catch. Thomas Jackson was too far off his base, didn't freeze, and a nice running diving tag by Watson gets a second out. So very quickly, runners on first and second, nobody out, turns to 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. I'll bring up Max Underhill. Down and away, 2 balls, no strikes. Fouls it off. Two and one now the count here for Max Underhill. Singled in the left field in the previous inning. Nicely stolen base there by Mitch Tritton, moving up 90 feet. Two one to Underhill is outside, or 3-run rather, is outside for ball 4. So first walk issued by Phoenix McFarlane. As on first and second again now for Blacktown. Darcy Williams struck out in his first at bat. Got a nice high fastball from Ed Noy for the swing and the miss. Checking that swing, not called a swing by first base umpire Steve Reimer. Jed Davis keeping a close eye on Tritton at second. Darcy Williams lifts that one into left field, but Jared Ryan's there. He makes a catch, and that's 3 outs here in the top of the second. But another 2 runs on the board for Blacktown workers. They lead at 6-1 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Nice running catch there by Lachlan Boyarski in foul territory, called off Kyan Wallington. And Harry Wilton is down on one pitch. Harry Wilton, of course, the hitter at the plate when Jared Ryan was caught stealing at third base. Outside corner for strike one. Ball and a strike here for Jet Davis. Up and in. Pushes him off. 2-1. Jet Davis just getting some encouraging words from his third base coach. Maybe I'm happy with that big swing. Takes that pitch for ball two. So 2-2 now to count. Swings and misses of that one, so second out. Jared Davison with his second strikeout of the night. Starts Lachlan Jones in the same way. A little bit high on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss by Jones, evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Down for ball 3. So full count here for Lachlan Jones. Blacktown had a base runner each with 2 out in the first inning. Lachlan Jones looking to do that again here. Fouling that one off, gives himself another chance. Another 3-2 here for Lachlan Jones. And takes it for strike 3, called inside corner. Second strikeout of the inning, third one for the night for Jared Davidson, and he consolidates the 2 spot in the top of the second. And Blacktown lead it 6-1 after 2. So change of pitcher here for Baulkham Hills. Top of the third inning. It's going to be Liam Padovan. He's going to get the third inning and try and put up a 0 in that run column. It's going to be Spencer Williams to lead it off. Swings at the 1-0 pitch for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Blacktown 6 runs, 3 hits, no errors. Baulkham Hills 1 run, 2 hits, 3 errors. Edward Noyes' night only lasted 2/3 of an inning for 42 pitches. 22 of them for strikes. Gave it 1 hit, 4 runs. None of them earned, with a strikeout and 4 walks. Lifted into right field, but there's a man out there in the form of Hayden Chappell. And the easiest play he's had to make after being picked on in the previous inning with a couple of balls hit down into the right field corner. 1 away here in the top of the third. Don't forget you can follow all the stats from all of the New South Wales State League teams in all 4 of the grades. Everything recorded through Game Changer. Head over to gc.com, find your team, subscribe to there, or follow that team. You can find out who's done what across the season. Back to the top of the order for Tyler Spiteri. Strike 1. 1 ball and a strike for Liam Padovan. And good evening to everybody watching online. Don't be afraid to say g'day. Let us know who you're going for. If you've got any questions, shoot them through. We'll get them answered for you. Three and 1 now for Tyler Spiteri. Restore an error and then ground it out. There's the first pitcher that Phoenix McFarlane faced in that first inning. Padovan comes back. Spiteri lifts it high. Left fielder and centre fielder arranging underneath it. It's going to be the centre fielder Lucas Stancic to make the catch. And Liam Padovan has the first 2 outs of the inning for the first time tonight. Tyler Spiteri 0-3. Although it does have a run to his name. Kyle Wallington now, the first baseman, scored all the way from first on Thomas Jackson's triple into the right field corner in the previous inning. Fouls that one off onto the roof. It'll roll all the way back and into the concourse here at Blue Sox Stadium at Blacktown International Sports Park. Wallington's behind 0-2. He's also 0 for 2 on the night, with reaching on a fielder's choice. And then reaching on an error. Lifts it high. Stancic moving underneath it again. And 3 catches get through this top of the third. Liam Padovan comes in and gets the 3 fly balls. And Baulkham Hills have posted their first 0 on the scoreboard. They'll have Alex Kane, Cal Fingerson, and that man Lucas Stancic due up when we come back with the bottom of the third inning. Alex Kane leads things off here in the bottom of the third. Baulkham Hills trailing it 6-1. Couple of tough plays for Alex Kane tonight in foul territory over at first base there. Fouls that one off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Joe Davidson gets the swing and miss to run the count to 1 and 2. Protection swing there, puts it onto the road. Counter made 1 and 2. Joe Davidson in his 2 innings so far, 34 pitches, giving up the 2 hits, 1 earned run, striking out 3. Ground ball, hit to Dobb, picks it up, fires across the diamond, and Wallington with the stretch makes the out for the first out here in the bottom of the third inning. Cow fingers and ducking under that curveball. Three straight balls for Cow Fingerson. In there for strike 1. Fouls that one off, kept the at-bat alive. Fills the count up at 3 and 2. Down outside corner, Fingelson ducking down. But it's a called strike by Dave Brody, and it's a second out here in the bottom of the third inning. 4th strikeout for Davidson on the night. Back to the top of the lineup for Lucas Stancic. So Davidson falling behind, but able to work himself out of trouble. Did it against Fingelson. He's now 3-0 against Stancic here. This time it'll be a 4-pitch walk, so leadoff man Stancic gets aboard. And Davidson, who had the 3 up, 3 down inning in the bottom of the second, will have to work with Jet Watson here with 2 out. Nice lead by Stancic at second. Davidson looks over his shoulder. Kicks and delivers and fires in a strike to Jet Watson for strike 1. Watson striking out in the first inning. And in for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Stančić looking for a jump and an opportunity to move up into scoring position. This is up and away. 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2 now. Stančić takes off. No throw from Underhill. Pitches down for ball 3, so full count here. Fouls it off. Count remains 3-2. And Watson rather draws the walk, so back-to-back walks issued here by Davidson. No one moving in the Blacktown bullpen though. Coach Nathan Wright confident that his starter can work his way through it. Hayden Chappell takes ball 1. Doubled on his first at bat, and there's a bit of confusion over whether this pitch hit Hayden Chappell. Thought he might have jumped away from it. We do have the advantage of a replay up here, so we'll see what it brings us. I'm not going to say hit by pitch. Batter said it didn't hit him. Hayden Chappell turned around straight away to Dave Brody and said, no, it didn't hit me. And his manager at third base wants to argue the point. I'd be quite happy for Nick Chappell to remain in that box given his last at-bat with runners in scoring position. Two 2-0 becomes 3-0, gets away from Underhill, and runners move up 90 feet. So 3-0 chance here for Chappell to give him the green light with 2 runners in scoring position. It's the only player in your lineup that's made any noise tonight. Big chance here. Lifts it up high, but out of play. Did get that green light. Count goes to 3-1. And on the 1 or 2 replays I did have, it looks like it definitely got through Hayden Chappell. A good bit of matrix there by him. Can he return the favour? Ball 4, curveball misses. Good at bat by Hayden Chappell. and he reaches first base, courtesy of the walk. So Jared Ryan had the second hit in that first inning, which drove in Chappell from second. But he was then caught stealing third base on a nice long hold by Jared Davidson. Got a chance here to do some damage. Check over on the runner. Check on the runner of Watson at second base, almost turned into Stančić being picked off at third base, but back into the base quickly. Michael Bryan said no, safe. Stančić looking to force the issue. Ryan lifts it up high, but out of play. And over onto the concourse behind us. So 0-2 is the count. Davidson's been good in 0-2 counts. Tries to fire the fastball away, but misses the spot. Ryan takes it calmly. Big lead over at third base by Lucas Stančić. Really getting in the vision of Jared Davidson. Jared Ryan has evened the count up at 2-2 with 2 out. Loaded bases here, 6-1 ball game. Base hit will halve the deficit. This one's fouled. First bit of trouble for Jared Davidson tonight. Had a nice quick second inning, or third inning. No, second inning, this is his third inning of work. Curveball down in the dirt, misses. So 3-2 now with 2 out, loaded bases. Runners will be moving on the pitch. Check over the runner at second. Make sure they weren't going early. Runner's got to make sure that the pitcher commits. Nothing worse than being picked off on a 3-2 2-out pitch. Davidson sets. Runners with their lead. Stančić causing troubles at third. Ground ball. Hit to Dobb at short. Long throw across the diamond. Scoops. Can't pick it up. Kyan Wallington knocks it down, but it gets far enough away from him. Jeb Watson scores from third, who was running on the pitch, touched third, turned the corner, saw the ball, had gotten away from Wallington. And it's going to be a 2-run error there, and he has halved this lead. It's now 6-3. We'll get confirmation on how it's scored, but it's probably going to be an error charge to Harrison Dobb. Just needed to make that throw onto the chest of Kyan Wallington. And Craig Ford, the pitching coach, is going to come out and slow things down a little bit, give Jared a moment to reset. But a good at-bat there by Jared Ryan. Was down 0-2, worked it all the way back to 3-2, put the ball in play, and drove in 2 runs. He won't get credited with the RBIs if it is scored an error, which it has been. But where it counts is in the run column. It's the only thing that matters here for Baulkham Hills. Jared Ryan driving in all 3 runs, even though he'll only be credited with 1. Baulkham Hills fighting back here in the bottom of the third. They trail 6-3. 9-inning game. Plenty of baseball left. Jared Davidson's pitch count up to 67 through 2 2/3. He's taking a bit of a hit here. In there for strike one. Always a good pitch to have a hack at. First pitch after a visit from the coach. Harry Wilton here, the designated hitter. His third time at the plate tonight, even though it's only the second time through the lineup. But he was the hitter when Jared Ryan was caught stealing at third base, and he's now behind 0-2. Jared Ryan not electing to take up the second just yet. Curveball punched into right field. It's going to drop in front of Spiteri. He won't have a play. Picks it up, bobbles. He's got Jared Ryan caught in the middle over to third base. Not handled over there by Mitch Tretton. Nice strong throw, or relay throw there. Spiteri got it back to Dobb, who fired it over to Tretton at third. Just couldn't handle it. Would have been a very close play over there at third base. Jared Ryan may have been out twice at third base in one game, but he gets in head first. Another run on the board for Baulkham Hills, and they have another run only 90 feet away. First pitch that Jet Davis sees, he lifts, but lifts it only as far as shallow left field. Straight down the throat of Spencer Williams. And Blacktown get out of it. But they do score 3, the Baulkham Hills Kookaburras. And they trail this one 6-4 as we head to the top of the fourth. It'll be the centre fielder Thomas Jackson to start things off here in the top of the fourth. He's ahead, 2 balls, no strikes. Up and in, 3-0. Padovan back out onto the mound. Looking for another 0. Consolidate the 3-run inning. And it will be a lead-off walk for Thomas Jackson. Third time the lead-off man has reached. Check over at first, but back in safely. Don't forget, we've got game 1 of the first grade preliminary final tomorrow night between these two clubs, Baulkham Hills and Blacktown. Scheduled for a 7:15 first pitch out here at Blue Sox Stadium. For games 2 and 3 on Saturday and Sunday night if required on Sunday night. 1-0. Harrison Dobb is a strike, so 1 ball and 1 strike for the Blacktown shortstop. Saturday we've got the third grade and second grade grand finals. Third grade kicking off, I believe it was 11 a.m. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. start there. Dobb pulls it past the glove of the shortstop, Jet Watson, for a base hit. Blacktown had the first 2 men on here in the top of the 4th. 10 a.m. between Baulkham Hills and Greater Western. Great job by the Greater Western club to get a team into the grand final. Second grade will be contested between Baulkham Hills and MacArthur. That game is scheduled for 2 o'clock. And that's into right field off the bat of Mitchell Tritton to load the bases. Long throw by Hayden Chappell out there in right field. Trying to catch Thomas Jackson, easing off. So loaded bases again here. Third time tonight with nobody out. Inside gets away from Lachlan Jones. It will be a run scoring on the pass ball. So Blacktown add to their total. Be a run charge to Liam Padovan. His first of the evening after a nice clean third inning. Just lets that one get up and away a little bit. So infield drawn in now. Runners on second and third for Blacktown. Boyarsky fouling that one off. Two and one. Ball was high. one high, runs the count to 3-1. Nice pitch down and away, finds the zone to fill the count up at 3-2. Learski fouling off the fastball. Count remains 3-2. Blacktown with runners at third. In the form of Harrison Dobb. And Mitch Tritton standing on second. Lifts that one, right field, long run for Chappell, makes the catch. Dobbs coming home. The throw is up the line. And can't get the second out at home plate. It's a nice sack fly for Lachlan Boyarsky, the second one for him tonight. Dobbs scores from third. Hesitated a little bit, but kept coming, and that throw from Nick Chappell wasn't on target. And Blacktown have clawed back 2 of the 3 runs they gave up in the bottom of the third. Blacktown stringing together quality at-bats after quality at-bat. Putting the ball in play. Good aggressive base running by Harrison Dobb. Does run quickly. Trusted his speed to get himself home. He adds to the total. 8-4 now. Blacktown over Baulkham Hills. Brings up the catcher, Max Underhill. 1 ball, 1 strike with that fastball. Catching the zone. Underhill lifts that, but only the Stanchich in centre field. Tritton thinks about moving up to third, but he doesn't. And second out of the inning. That ball's lifted into left field off the bat of Darcy Williams. He picks up a hit. Moves Tritton up to third base. Runners at the corners now for Blacktown with 2 out. Good to see everyone online. Excited by this ball game. Blacktown 6 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Baulkham Hills 4 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors. Both teams starting to put bat on ball after a nervous first innings. Check over at first. Darcy Williams standing up, making Padavan throw it over to first. Not going back on the initial step off. Trying to force the Baulkham Hills pitcher into a mistake. Another check over at first. Mitch Tritton looking for an opportunity to score. Spencer Williams now. Swings and misses at that one. Walked and flew out to right field in his first two at-bats. Top of the fourth here, under 18's State League Grand Final. And Darcy Williams is caught stealing at second base. Nice strong throw by Lachlan Jones. Thought it might have been the infield cutoff play. But Jet Watson accepts the ball at the base, applies the tag, and Darcy Williams is caught stealing to end the inning. But Blacktown get another couple of runs and go back out to a 4-run lead. We'll have Lachlan Jones, Alex Kane and Cal Fingerson due up when we come back for the bottom of the fourth. Lachlan Jones attacks the first ball he sees from Jared Davidson and grounds out to Harrison Dobb, who doesn't make the mistake on this occasion. One pitch, one out for the Blacktown Workers, just the way they want it. Alex Kane swinging at that one. One ball, one strike for the Baulkham Hills first baseman. Struck out in his first at-bat. Correction, grounded out in his first at-bat. Behind now, 1 and 2. Davidson looking for a quick inning here. Get back in the dugout. Get his offense back in action. That ball in the dirt for ball 2. Evens the count at 2. Up and in for ball 3. So full count now, 3 and 2. Fouls it off, but it's going to get out of play. Get another pitch from Davidson. Takes ball 4. So good at bat there by Kane. Davidson's fourth walk of the match, of the game. Movement up in the Blacktown bullpen. Outside corner to Cal Fingerson for strike one. Struck out ducking in his last at bat. Last batter to bat here in the second time through the lineup for Baulkham Hills. Rips it up the line into the corner. He's going to strike out ducking here. Going to be a one-out single to Cal Fingerson. Kane moves up to second base. And Baulkham Hills threatening here with one out in the bottom of the fourth inning. So Fingelson turns the lineup over for Lucas Stantic. Grounded out and walked in his two at-bats so far. It was a four-pitch walk. In the previous inning. To lead off the inning. Not to lead off the inning. 2 outs. Got the inning started. Started that 3-run inning for them in the bottom of the third. Takes that slider for strike 2. And 2 now for Stantic. In a bit of trouble. Pitch in the dirt gets away from Underhill. Allows Kane and Fingelson to move up 90 feet. A 2-2 now, a 1-2 now for Lucas Stantic. 2 runners in scoring position. Check swing, cold strike. That's the second out. Punch out and a ground out so far. Bookend the walk and the single. Brings up Jet Watson. He himself has a strikeout and a walk tonight. Has made a couple errors at shortstop. Had a big walk in the previous inning, working his way back from 0-2. This time punches it into left field over the head of a diving third baseman, Tritton. There's going to be a play at the plate. Nice strong throw by Spencer Williams. Guns down Cal Fingelson at home. Baulkham Hills are able to get one, but they can't get the second. And that ends the fourth inning. So through 4, it's Blacktown 8, Baulkham Hills 5. So defensive changes for the Baulkham Hills side here. Coming onto the mound from centre field is Lucas Stancic, and he is going to get a swing and a miss out of the leadoff man, Spencer Williams. That means the designated hitter, Harry Wilton, is out of the game. Liam Padovan comes in. He takes over at third base. The third baseman, Jet Davis, moves over to shortstop. And the shortstop, Jet Watson, moves up to centre field. 1 ball, 2 strikes with that called strike to Spencer Williams. Slider from Stancic gets away, but not on base, so it doesn't matter. Count moves to 2-2. Eight-5 here, top of the 5th inning, 9-inning game. Under 18's grand final, the first of our grand finals this week. And it's going to be a lead-off walk to Spencer Williams, walking the 9-hole hitter. Second time he has walked tonight, Spencer Williams. 0 for 1 officially. 2 walks and an RBI. Fourth time in 5 innings that the leadoff man has reached base. Back to the top of the lineup for Tyler Spiteri. Check swing in the dirt. Asks the question. Says no, much to the displeasure of the Baulkham Hills supporters in the stands. Lachlan Jones can't find the baseballs. Sits behind umpire Dave Brody. And that'll allow Spencer Williams to move up to second base. So runner in scoring position now with nobody out and a 3-run count to Tyler Spiteri. He is 0 for 3 tonight, but has reached twice on errors. Sorry, just reached a once on the error. Swings and misses at that one. Strike out for the first out of the inning. So Kyle Wallington reached on the fielder's choice, an error, and has flown out. So officially over 3. Has scored a run, has scored 2 runs in fact. Pitch a little bit wild. Nice work behind the plate by Lachlan Jones, not allowing it to get to the backstop. So Lucas Stancic has pitched 2 innings all year, 1 inning in 18s and 1 inning in first grade. That one back at the pitcher. Spins past Fingerson, he can't pick it up. And Spencer Williams is going to score from second. And took a nasty hop. Not sure if he hit the glove of Stancic, but it certainly had some side spin on it and got right past Fingelson, who looked up and thought, where did that ball go? Well, it was behind him, being cleaned up by Jet Watson in centre field. Spencer Williams scores another run for the Blacktown workers. Give that a hit into centre field. Yeah, maybe just clipping off the glove of Stancic. 1-1 here now to Thomas Jackson. Curveball poked. This time Fingelson doesn't have any problems. Wallington back in head first. Back into first base. Doesn't get doubled up this time. And that's 2 outs here for Baulkham Hills defence. Bit of inside-out action off the bat of Jackson there, but straight at Cal Fingelson. Doesn't make it. Makes light work of it, rather. I'll bring up Harrison Dobb. Swing and miss by Harrison Dobb. Not Spencer Williams, where are we? Kyan Wallington steals second base on the pitch. No throw for Lachlan Jones. Slider through the right side. Fingelson with the long run, the throw to first base, and the glove. Great job there by Cal Fingelson. Was involved in all 3 of those last at-bats. And a nice long ranging play by the second baseman. Picks it up, throws it off balance, and gets the out at first to end the 5th. But Blacktown tack on another. They lead this 9-5 as we head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. So pitch and change here for the Blacktown workers. Jared Davidson's night is done. Even with the 9-5 lead, he won't be in line for the win. He won't pitch the minimum of 5 innings. Hand it over to Ethan Treble. Left armour for the Blacktown workers. Pitched in 5 games this year, 14 and 2/3 innings. 3 for starts, 2 out of the pen. Aiden Chappell flies out to right field for the first out. Nice start there by Ethan Treble. Did start with 2 balls, but got Chappell swinging and he punched it into right field, but only as far as Tyler Spiteri. 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th. Brings up Jared Ryan. Swings and misses of that one. 1 ball and a strike. Don't forget, you can catch all the play-by-play action and season statistics on Game Changer. Make sure you head over to gc.com, follow your team. See how your favourite players have tracked across the year. 1 and 2 now with that big swing by Ryan. And gets him swinging for strike 3 and the second out in the bottom of the 5th. As this game enters into the 3rd hour. Treble missing outside. Liam Padovan, his first at bat tonight. Missing down for ball 2. So 2 quick balls for Liam Padovan. Up for ball 3. And that one thrown behind and into the back fence. So Liam Padovan comes on and draws a 4-pitch walk. Jet Davis now. First pitch called a strike. Swing and a miss. Backdoor attempt by Max Underhill, but just doesn't get Padovan. Kyle Wallington probably a step too far away from the base, but a nice play by Underhill almost gets the inning done with. But Treble's one pitch away from doing that here with an 0-2. Punched right side, picked up and over to Wallington. Nicely fed by Lachlan Boyarski, and that's the inning done. 3 up, 3 down for the Workers through 5. It's 9-5 Blacktown over Baulkham Hills. Mitch Tritton to lead things off here for the Workers. Top of the 6. We're heading into the championship rounds of this under-18's grand final. 12 outs remaining for both teams. Lucas Stantic starts with ball 1. Stantic missing inside for ball 2. We have had 2 grand finals already decided this season, and they were the 2 women's games with the West Sydney Boomers storming home from 3rd place to take out the women's 2nd grade grand final before Blacktown on Saturday finally ended the 5, maybe 6-year run of the Greenway Giants to take out the women's 1st grade championship. Well done to the Boomers, who have won in all 3 years competing in the women's 2nd grade competition. And then Blacktown finally getting it done in 1st grade. The 6-year reign of Greenway finally over. Can Blacktown add a 2nd title to the club for the season? Or if Baulkham Hills got something left in the tank? Looks like we might have a bit of an injury concern here for Lucas Stantic. No one warming up in the bullpen for Baulkham Hills. Likewise, Blacktown. Lower leg by the looks of things. Touching at a calf or a heel. Looks like at the calf. 3-0s at the moment. To Mitch Tritton. Yeah, we are going to get the change. So we're going to have a pitching change. Lucas Stancic can't go on. And are we going back to Liam Padovan? This is something you don't see every day. Or if I miss a defensive change. No, it's Jet Davis. So I thought it was from third base, but it's the shortstop that's come across, Jet Davis. So Jet Davis comes to the mound. Jet Watson comes back into shortstop. And we'll just wait and see who has gone out to centre field. Lucas Stancic has gone back into centre field, so maybe it's a lower leg injury affecting his pitching, but he's okay to play centre field. And ball 4 for Mitch Tritton. That will, of course, be credited to Lucas Stancic. Boyarski showing bunt. Those 2 sack flyers tonight. No one on third base, so no sack fly opportunity for him at this stage. No balls and 1 strike. Shows bunt again, but this time drives it into right field, just past the diving Cal Fingelson at second base. And Boyarski picks up his first hit of the night. Powerful drive into right field. Keeping it down in front of Hayden Chappell. And Blacktown again, runners on first and second, nobody out. Common theme here tonight for the workers. Max Underhill now the catcher. A single, a walk, and a fly out so far tonight. Down the dirt for ball 3. It's trouble you can have when you come in cold. Might take you a batter or two to warm up. And a balk. We'll see those runners move up an extra 90 feet each. And that pitch will load the bases, so 4 straight balls. Loads the bases. Underhill taking that walk. And I'll bring up Darcy Williams. Strike out, fly out, single. Fly out again, sack fly opportunity. The fielder underneath it in the form of Jared Ryan, but not deep enough to score the run. And first out here in the top of the 6th. Grand ball through the left side. Infield or corner infielders were playing in, and it got under the glove of Liam Paddovan at third. It's a RBI there to Spencer Williams, doing a lot of damage down in that 9-hole with 2 walks, and now a base hit into left field. Blacktown score in the 5th time, in the 5th of 6 frames so far tonight, as we go back to the top of the lineup for Tyler Spiteri. Moves it up, it'll get out of play. 0-2 for Spiteri. So the bookies closed on Lucas Stančić. Spiteri pokes that pitch away. Hayden Chappell underneath it. Nice strong throw. Hits Lachlan Jones on the full and prevents that run from scoring. So 2 sack fly opportunities. Just not quite deep enough for Blacktown to add to their total. And Baulkham Hills now have 2 out here in the top of the 6th inning, looking to avoid any further damage to that scoreboard. 23 pitches from Lucas Stančić. 1 hit, 2 runs. Only 1 of them earned, 1 strikeout and 2 walks. There's the first pitch to Kyan Wallington. It's called a strike. Slider, front door, strike 2. So 2 quick strikes for Jet Davis. 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. Wallington's looking to extend it. Reach base for the 4th time tonight. outside through the left-hander's batter's box for ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. 10-5. Blacktown lead it. Scoring in 5 of the 6 frames tonight. Pilot's going to get down for a base hit and it could score both the runners. Oh, the fortuitous bounce into the bullpen. And Spencer Williams will have to go back to third. Just took a little bit of a right-hander, got out of play, saving a run. Robbing Kyle Wallington of an RBI, but he's knocked one in at least. Darcy Williams scored from second. Max Underhill from third. That one lifted into centre field. Stančić back underneath it. Jackson's retired. And the inning is over. But another 3 runs on the board for Blacktown. And they get back out to a 7-run lead and lead at 12-5, heading to the bottom of the 6th. Bottom of the 6 here. It's going to be the catcher, Lachlan Jones, to lead things off. Ethan Treble starts at strike one. Nice little slider there. Outside corner for strike 2. Pokes the ball onto the ground, but Wallington's there, picks it up, touches first, and that's the first out of this bottom of the 6th. Pinch hitter is going to be Matthew Courtney. The 0-1 is worn on the arm, so nice introduction to the game. Come in, pinch, hit by pitch. Why not? So 1 out base runner for Baulkham Hills. He'll just take his time to make sure that he's all right up there at first base. Cow Fingerson. Struck out and singled so far tonight. Before being thrown out at home in the previous inning. Whole pitch from treble gets away. Swings and misses at that one. 1 and 2 now. Ground ball hit to third baseman. Tritton makes a nice strong throw and a great swiping pick by Kyan Wallington for the second out. Turns the line up over to Lucas Stancic, carrying a bit of a lower leg injury, but still in the game. Swings and misses of that one. No balls and 2 strikes. 1 ball, 1 strike rather. Treble missing inside. 2 and 1. Nicely handled. Behind the dish by Underhill. Treble missing away, so 3 and 1. And the slider. Called ball 4. Much to the disappointment of the Blacktown fans in the stadium. Maybe a little bit high. Puts runners on the corners for Baulkham Hills. For the shortstop comes centre fielder back to shortstop, Jet Watson. away from treble. 1-1 the count. Fouls that one off up the third baseline. 1 ball and 2 strikes for Jet Watson. Swings and misses that one in the dirt. And don't think Blacktown realised that it's 3 out. They started the throw around. Some of them started coming off. Others stayed on. But it is the 3rd out. We're 6 through here in this under-18's grand final. Blacktown leading this one 12-5. So some more defensive changes and a pitching change again for the Baulkham Hills Kookaburras. Jet Watson goes to his 4th position of the night. He's now in right field. Jet Davis goes back to shortstop, and coming to the mound from right field is Hayden Chappell. Baulkham Hills 6th pitcher used for the night. Just trying to stem the flow of runs from this big hitting Blacktown side. 12 runs on 9 hits, 1 error. Baulkham Hills 5 runs, 5 hits, 3 errors. Blacktown have one hand on the championship trophy. High fly ball lifted into right field. Stephen Courtney, who pinch hit for Alex Kane, he stays in the game at first base, and he makes the first catch for the first out here in the top of the 7th inning. Harrison Dobb flying out. away in top of the 7th. Blacktown might even look to finish it here in the 7th inning. Of course, the 10-run mercy rule coming into play after 7 innings. Baulkham Hills letting 3 runs and a shutout. Prefer to do that and give everyone an early night. Fast approaching 3 hours into this game. 1 ball, 1 strike for Mitch Tritton. Leaves that one up. 1-1. 2-1 rather. Walk, kick by pitch, singled into right field and walked. So 1 for 1. Reaching all 4 times. Only scoring the once. Three and 1 for Mitch Tritton. Call to strike after throwing his bat away. Baulkham Hills dugout will let him know about that one. High fastball up and in, gets the swing for strike 3. And 2 quick outs here for the Baulkham Hills defence. First time Mitch Tritton won't reach base tonight. He's 1 for 2. Up and in, ball 1 to Lachlan Boyarski. Jared Davidson started for the Blacktown Workers. He went 4 innings, 87 pitches, 5 runs on 5 hits, 2 of them earned, 5 strikeouts, 4 walks. Edward Noy, the starter for Baulkham Hills, only lasted 2/3 of an innings, 42 pitches, gave up 1 hit, 4 runs. None of them were earned after a pair of errors before striking out 1 and walking 4. Phoenix McFarlane was the first out of the bullpen for Baulkham Hills, throwing 26 pitches, giving up 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, walking 1. Liam Patterson put up the first 0 and the only 0 so far for the Baulkham Hills defence, throwing 2 innings, 33 pitches, giving up 3 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, walking 1. Lucas Stancic through an inning, giving up an earned run on 2 runs, 1 of them earned on a hit, 2 walks and a strikeout, before succumbing to a lower leg injury, going back out to centre field. Jet Davis through an inning, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits, and now Hayden Chappell on the mound for Baulkham Hills. Ethan Treble. As Max Underhill is hit by a pitch. Following the Lachlan Boyarski walk. 2 out and 2 on here for Blacktown. And bringing up the 8 and 9 hitters who have been very strong tonight. Darcy Williams to DH. Takes that pitch for ball 1. Ethan Treble out of the bullpen, 2 innings for 33 pitches, striking out 2, walking 2. And those 2 innings, big zeros on the scoreboard. Fouls that one back and out of play. One and 1 here for Darcy Williams. he's 1 for 4 on the night. Strike out, a couple of fly balls. A single in the left field before he was caught stealing to finish the 4th inning. Chased the high fastball in the 1st inning for the strikeout. Bats here with 2 on and 2 out. That pitch over his head, ducks out of the way and in time. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Adam Chappell leaves the outside, gets a swing, but it's fouled off. Rips that one into left field. But Jared Ryan cleans it up, makes the catch, and that finishes the top of the 7th. Baulkham Hills trail by 7 as we stretch and head to the bottom of the 7th when we come back. Hayden Chappell leading things off here for the Baulkham Hills side. Trailing this under-18's grand final by 7 runs and only have 9 outs remaining to overcome the deficit. Outside corner for strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes for Hayden Chappell. Two and 2 the count. Treble missing up for ball 3. Blacktown with an arm in the bullpen. Warming up, getting ready to go. Blacktown do enjoy the 7-run lead though, so there won't be too much of a hurry up. As Treble comes back and fires in the slider for strike 3. First out here in the bottom of the 7th. Jared Ryan now the hitter. Single reached an error and struck out so far tonight. Swings and fouls it off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Leaves that one down. 2 balls and a strike now. Swings and misses of that one. Evens the count at 2-2. Misses down. 48 strike 3. Dave Brody had other ideas and said ball 3. So it fills the count up at 3-2. See what Treble comes back with here. Fouls it off out of play. Back towards the Blacktown dugout. Big thank you to everyone watching along at home. Hope you've enjoyed the game. More action hopefully tomorrow night between these two clubs in the first grade. Preliminary final game 1. Fighting for the right to take on the MacArthur Orioles. It's a replay of last year's grand final as Jared Ryan goes down swinging. And that's the second out of this inning, striking out for the second time tonight. Second strikeout of the inning for Ethan Treble. Last year's grand finals, Blacktown and Baulkham face off in the preliminary final. MacArthur going through, winning the 3-game major semi-final. Liam Padovan takes ball 1. With games 2 and 3 to be held on Saturday and Sunday. Sunday if required. Which I would think it would more likely be required. And Saturday morning, have grand final action kicking off at 10 a.m. with Baulkham Hills taking on Greater Western. Western, the only club that isn't Baulkham Hills, Macarthur or Blacktown left in the finals. And Macarthur and Baulkham Hills will get underway at around 3 o'clock as Ethan Treble strikes out the side and we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Blacktown lead it 12-5. Top of the 8th here in the under-18 New South Wales State League Grand Final. Two and over the 9-hole hitter Spencer Williams takes it in there for ball 3, inside for ball 3. Blacktown leading this one 12-7. Baulkham Hills running out of time to peg back the runs. It was an expensive first inning that put them on the back foot early. They haven't been able to recover. Jared Davidson and Ethan Treble combining nicely for first 7 innings. Outside corner for strike 2. Spencer Williams thought he had ball 4. Got to come back and face another pitch. 3-2. Up and in for ball 4. This time he gets ball 4. It'll be a lead-off walk. Story of the night for the Baulkham Hills pitching. Every inning bar 1 has begun with the lead-off man getting aboard. Bar 2, correction. 6 out of 8. Lead-off getting on base. And this time we go back to the top of the order for Tyler Spiteri. Fouls off the first pitch. No balls, one strike. Riley McGregor has come in to play third base. He replaces Jared Ryan in left field. So he hasn't come in to play third base. He's come into left field to replace Jared Ryan. As the wild pitch allows Spencer Williams to move up to third base. Neither changes for Baulkham Hills. Down and away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tyler Spiteri 0 for 5. Looking for that first hit of the ball game. Reached in the first inning on an error. Grounded out, flown out, struck out, fly out. Swings and misses at that breaking pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Spiteri strikes out for the second time tonight. Kyle Wallington in there, takes ball 1. Two for 5. Reached on a fielder's choice and error. Flew out to end the 5th. And then singled and doubled. 2-0 at the moment. Hayden Chappell, no pitching throughout this season in any grade with Baulkham Hills. Certainly a time to come on and do it. Punched into right centre field. Long run for Lucas Stancic. Goes out there, picks it up. Throws it into second base. Cut off out there by Cal Fingelson. Drives in Spencer Williams from second. Another run on the board for the Workers. Thomas Jackson does the same. This time it'll only be a single into centre field. Lucas Stancic keeping busy out there. Kyle Wallington moves up to third. Runners on the corners with Blacktown. 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Harrison Dobb pitches down in the dirt for ball 1. Reached on error, doubled, singled, grounded out and flew out in his 5 at-bats tonight. Outside corner of strike 1, nice location there by Hayden Chappell. Something that Baulkham Hills have tried and tried tonight but haven't been able to execute is locating those outside pitches. Pitch misses up for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. job, unhappy with himself swinging at that pitch. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jackson being held on at first, but not looking to take second base just yet. And that ball's up for ball 3, so fills the count up at 3 and 2. Looking to add to this Blacktown tally in this under-18's grand final. Fouls it off. Keeps the at-bat alive. Scoreboard says 3 balls, 3 strikes and 1 out. Umpire says 3 balls, 2 strikes and 1 out. And takes it down in the dirt for ball 4. It's the 12th walked issued by Baulkham Hills pitching tonight. To go with 2 hit by pitches and 3 errors. 17 free passes. Up for ball 1. Loaded bases now for Mitch Tritton. And he'd been retired the once, and that was in his previous at-bat when he struck out. How's that one off? For strike 1 with ball and a strike. Walked, hit by pitch, single to right field. Walked. And then struck out. Officially 1 for 2 on the night. Reaching 4 of 5 times. Up and in. Ball 2. Fouls it back. .316 hitter on the season. Mitch Tritton, 6 for 19. Lifts that one up and out of play. 5 walks, 5 strikeouts. Scored 6 times, knocked in 7. Not a bad set of numbers through 7 games. Making plenty of contact, just not able to put the ball in front of the diamond to knock in a couple more runs. Maybe put Blacktown in position to finish this game an inning early. 3 hours and 10 minutes game time so far. 13-5 the score. Curveball misses inside. Fills the count up at 3 and 2 with 1 out and loaded bases. See what Tritton can drive in here. Takes it down for ball 4. Walk number 13 on the night. This is Chappell's game to finish off with no one moving in the pen. And as I say that, we have the visit. We might have a change. Boyarsky due up. Luke Hayhow will come to the mound. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the rest of this top of the eighth. So Lachlan Boyarsky takes ball one from Luke Hayhow. Hayhow missing upstairs. Ball two. 2 balls, no strikes. Missing outside, ball 3, so Boyarsky taking 3 straight balls from Hayhow. Couple sack flies. Single and a walk so far for Boyarsky tonight. And he does take the walk. So 3 straight walks. And bring up the catcher, Max Underhill. (15-5) now, the Blacktown Workers side. Only 11 hits. Baulkham Hills scoring 5 runs on 5 hits. First pitch, Underhill missing low for ball 1. That one through the back fence, but Nice bounce back to Lachlan Jones to prevent runners from moving up. Okay, Howard trying to avoid back-to-back 4-pitch walks. Loaded bases with one out here in the top of the 8th. And he does get the strike. 3 balls, 1 strike. Max Underhill looking to pick up a second hit of the night. Reach for the 5th time. 2 walks hit by pitch, single in the left field. And a fly out to centre field. It's Max Underhill's under-18 grand final at bats. So 3-2 for Underhill. Lifted into right field. Going to drop in front of Stancic into the Bermuda Triangle. Nice strong throw from Stancic to Jones at home. But it won't be in time to get the run. A Dobb who runs well and scores again. It'll be a single into right centre field for Max Underhill. His second hit of the night. He's reached base 5 of 6 times. Pinch hitter number 66, clickety-click. Hayden Elliott. So 4 guys on the bench for Blacktown who haven't entered the game just yet. One of them looks like one of them is up in the bullpen rather, getting ready to pitch the bottom of the 8th. Up and away for ball 1 for Hayden Elliott. Seven appearances, 3 for 11, hitting .273. Three games started, 4 games off the bench, including the prelim final on Saturday. He drove in a run in his only appearance at the plate, reaching on a fielder's choice. 773 OPS through 7 games. Walking 4 times, striking out twice. 3-0 again, hey how. Struggling to find the zone like all the Baulkham Hills pitchers unfortunately have done tonight on grand final night. The worst night of the season to do it. Comes back and fires in a strike. And ball 4. Bounces off the back fence. And Hayden Elliott as an RBI walk. Bases loaded walk. Spencer Williams now 1 for 2, scoring twice. Has walked 3 times. Darcy Williams and Tyler Spiteri are the only players that haven't walked. Tyler Spiteri, the only Blacktown player without a hit. He's hoping he'll get one more opportunity here after Spencer Williams standing in the on-deck circle with his bat. Three out of Spencer Williams. And that's ball 4. Looks like the Baulkham Hills coaches are looking around to see who wants to go next. No one warming up in the bullpen, so it might be someone straight out of the dugout. We have our third pitcher of the inning here in the 8th. And coming in, oh no. Coming in to play his 5th position of the night will be Jet Watson. He's going to come to the mound. 2 appearances at shortstop, 1 at centre field, 1 at right field. And now he's going to be tasked with getting the final 2 outs of this under-18's grand final. Okay, Hout will go into right field in a direct switch. So Tyler Spiteri will step up to the plate and he'll face Jet Watson. Looking for his first knock of the night. The only Blacktown workers hitter, excluding Hayden Elliott, who was a pinch hit walk. And Tyler Spiteri was eyeing the fence on that swing. No balls, 1 strike. Outside corner, strike 2. Spiteri is the first out in this inning. Doesn't want to be the second. But he will be. Strikes out on 3 straight pitches. from Jet Watson. And it's 2 away. Striking out twice in this inning. First and second out. Doesn't matter because his team is 3 outs away from an under-18 state championship. Pitch up for ball 1. Kyan Wallington, 3 for 5 tonight. Knocked in 4. There's a walk to his name. Played some great defence also over at first base. Jet gets the swing. Jet Watson gets the swing on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Breaking ball doesn't break. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tries that one right field. Long run for Luke Hayhow. Just bounces foul. Tailing just at the end. I thought it was going to drop in like it has all night tonight, but this one, much to the delight of Luke Hayhow in right field, drops in foul territory, takes the dirt, not the grass. Be another 2-2 pitch here for Kyan Wallington. Slider, fouled off. Count remains at 2-2. Wellington doubled earlier in this inning. Has 3 straight hits. Slider just missing, bouncing in front of Jones for ball 3. So 3-2, 2 out. Runners will be going. See if we can get a very rare 3-2, 2 out base hit here. Lifted high, right field, might fall in the gap. Long run for Hayhow. Fingerson's out underneath it, can't catch it. Kyan Wallington turns around third, but he's held up. Sorry, not Kyan Wallington. It's Spencer Williams. Thought about trying to score, but didn't. And the ball falling in the gap, allowing Blacktown to knock on another couple. Wallington's 4th hit for the night. Brings up Thomas Jackson, 2 for 4. Scored 4 times. 8 runs so far in this inning. Now 4 outs away from crowning this year's under-18 State League champions. Punches it right field, long drive, but Hayhow's underneath it. Makes the catch. That ball was hit pretty well, but died in the air. And Blacktown score 8 in the top of the 8th. They lead it 20-5 as we head to the bottom and final inning of this game. So the new pitcher for the Blacktown Workers to come out and throw the 8th and final inning in his under-18's grand final is Nathan McKean. And he's going to face Nick Sukians, who is going to pinch hit for Jet Davis. It's been a total performance for the Blacktown Workers tonight, only giving up 5 runs on 5 hits, couple of walks sprayed in there, and an error. They've been absolutely powerful with the bat, taking the advantage. Haven't lost a game. Had the stat up earlier. Since round 3 of the season. Obviously a bunch of washouts in amongst all that. They drew with Ride in round 1, lost to Greater Western in round 3, and then have won 8 of the next 9 with a 3-3 tie against Cronulla back on March 12, but haven't looked back since that loss to Greater Western 3-2 on December 18. See a bunch of games washed out late in the season. It's been a great performance by this Blacktown side. Keane starts. Sukians with a strike. 4-4 against Ride. Lost 3-2 against Greater Western. Beat Cronulla 11-0. Baulkham Hills 8-1. Manly 16-3. Beat Macarthur 12-4. Beat Baulkham Hills again 6-0. Beat Ride 9-0. And there was a 3-3 tie against Cronulla back on March 12, knocking over Macarthur 12-2 on Saturday. And then on the short turnaround have come out and have put Baulkham Hills to the sword here in the grand final, blowing out this score 20-5. 2 balls, 1 strike to Nick Sukians. Ball in the dirt from McKean, 3-1. And just like this game has gone tonight, as the lead-off walk, this time for Baulkham Hills, a rare one. Excuse me. 7th walk issued by Blacktown pitching tonight. Ethan Treble finishes the night with 3 innings under his belt, 50 pitches, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks. 28 of his pitches thrown for strikes. 6 of 12 batters saw strike 1. Caleb Tunkin now the hitter, and he's ahead 3-0. Outside corner, finds the zone. 3 balls and a strike to Nathan now for Nathan McKean. Down the dirt, ball 4. So a couple of walks here to start this bottom of the 8th inning. Matthew Courtney now stepping up his first plate appearance after coming in defensively. Sorry, he was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. One pitch, walked straight in the elbow guard. Nathan McKean, 4 innings pitched on the year. Giving up 4 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. Has 2 walks already tonight. 2 and 1 here to Matthew Courtney. On the ground and under the glove of Lachlan Boyarski. Looked up just a little bit early to try and make that throw to first base. Was unable to make the play. It'll go down as a base hit. Maybe. Load of bases now with nobody out. Situation the Baulkham Hills have faced all night. First time Blacktown have had to deal with it, but they do have a 15-run lead. Nathan McKean needs to zone in and pound the zone here to the number 9 hitter, Cal Fingerson, and Nathan Rice is going to come out and have a quick chat and just calm down his young pitcher. And he's roared a hit into right field. Fingerson with a 1-0 count. Looking for his second hit of the night, 4th at bat. Struck out looking. Singled into left field and grounded out. Third baseman Tritton. Ground ball to Dobb. Comes in. One play. That's only... Oh, no, he does go to second. Does try to turn it. Slow roller. Gets Courtney at second base. Very brave play. Didn't break quickly for the ball. Came in and got it eventually. And then rushed his throw to second. Thankfully, Boyarski was there. And that's going to be Nathan McKean done. He comes in, faces 4 batters, gives up a run. His night's going to be over in this under-18's grand final. Just going to prolong things a little bit before they get to lift the trophy. Nathan Wright coming out and going to another one of his bullpen arms. Trying to get all of his players into the game whichever way he can. Nathan McKean wasn't quite happy, but he came out and he got his job done. See if we can get a number and tell you who it is. Eli North is the new pitcher for Blacktown. And he's going to face the leadoff man, Luke Stanchich. 2 walks, and ground out and a strikeout tonight. Busy night in the outfield. That one lifted into shallow centre field. Rush throw. From Thomas Jackson out there. I thought he had a play at second base. And then maybe tried to hold on to it. So it'll be a base hit. For Stanchich, his first of the night. Of you doing a good job, Eli, coming from the crowd. He threw one pitch. Doing a great job. Ben Mercer is the new hitter for Baulkham Hills. Interesting, the Baulkham Hills chose not to throw Ben Mercer tonight. One of their 3 leading pitchers innings-wise. One on one. Eli North, 8 innings pitched, 6 appearances, one of them a start. No win-loss record to talk of. Given up 6 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 9 walks, 10 strikeouts. Despite winning 7 games, Baulkham Hills Blacktown pitchers only accredited with 1 win. 3-1 for Mercer, and takes ball 4, and it'll be a bases loaded walk. So 1 out here, bottom of the 8th. Baulkham Hills loading the bases. Eli North getting a swing out of Luke Hayhow. His first at-bat for the night after coming in as a pitching change and then moving out into right field when he couldn't get the job done. 2 runs here for Baulkham Hills in the bottom. Still need 4 to send this to the 9th. Loaded bases, 1 out. The top of the order rolling around. It's Hayden. Down in there for strike 2, 2-2 the count. Baseball's a funny game sometimes. You just never know. 3-2. Blacktown supporters hanging on every pitch. Mercer fouling that one off into the screen. Count remains 3-2 with 1 out. Sorry, Hayhow, not Mercer. the transfer. They get one out. Dobb unable to turn two. Interesting decision by Eli North to go to second. Would have had the play at home. And then the runner at first decided to go up the middle. So got the second out the hard way. Hayhow reaches on the fielder's choice. Another run across the plate. Jared Ryan now 1 for 4 on the night. Oh no, sorry, Riley McGregor with his first at bat. Outside corner. So 2 quick strikes by Eli North. Blacktown 1 strike away from putting this game in the books. 3 hours and 50 minutes. Swing and a miss, and there it is. The Blacktown Workers under-18 State League champions, defeating the Baulkham Hills Kookaburras 20-7. Congratulations to Nathan Wright, Ben Maguire, Brendan Boyarski, and all of the Blacktown players and the Blacktown club taking out this under-18s title. Didn't lose a game after their loss in round 3. Jared Davidson 4 innings. Ethan Treble with 3 scoreless. Nathan McKean coming out with Eli North in the 9th, getting it done. Kyan Wallington doing the damage with the bat, 4 for 6. Thomas Jackson, Harrison, Dobb, Max Underhill all with 2 hit games. And the Blacktown Workers have taken out the under-18 New South Wales State League Championships for 2021-2022. Thanks all for joining in. We'll be back here tomorrow, hopefully from 7 o'clock for the first game of the first grade preliminary final. First of 3 between these 2 ball clubs, the Blacktown Workers and the Baulkham Hills Kookaburras. You'll probably see a few of the faces back up tomorrow night in one form or another. And then grand finals back in action from 10 a.m. Saturday with 3rd grade Baulkham Hills and Greater Western. 3 o'clock for 2nd grade between Baulkham Hills and MacArthur. And then potential games 2 and 3 of the 1st grade semi-finals. But it's Blacktown taking out the under-18s grand final. Congratulations to them. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Big thanks to Matt Jeevens and Stream My Sport. And we'll be back tomorrow for more baseball. But for now, good night.